Hello. Welcome Puddle. Non-PC. Rock Blib. Spooky. Violet. It is time for a story thing. I am a little tired, but I will do my best. The sleepy has consumed me. Also, thank you for the recipe Puddle. I hope you are all doing well today. I should probably do the schedule stuff first, but I don't know, it sounds kind of annoying. What do you think? Should I do the schedule stuff now or just get right to the storytelling? Thanks for the recipe. You are all being very nice to me and I haven't even done anything yet today. Indeed, the schedule is traditional. Numbers dollars. Where does one acquire numbers dollars? Thanks for gifting a sub, Rock Blib. Okay, let's do the schedule then. The numbers store. Where is it? I am opening the schedule thing. In the number city. I'm learning so many things today. Let's quickly make this schedule and then you will be sent to the place. July is passing. Scary. The schedule isn't part of the story, I'm just doing it really quick so I don't have to do it later. I mean, you can interact with it by nominating a quote to put on it this week. No need for the horrors. The horrors. I can't sleep that much, sadly. Anyways, do you have any quotes you would like to nominate? I might have to stop looking like this momentarily to put them on the screen. I do look normal. True. I am assembling the quotes, please hold. Phone Y. I am doing this very slowly, sorry. Welcome, Valentine. It is indeed me. Okay, I got the quotes. Hold on, I need to stop existing for a second. Do not pay any attention to the blurry cat behind the curtain. Instead, look at these quotes. I will now make a poll so you can vote. I specifically told you no to pay attention. Strong choices indeed. The poll has been created. Vote, and you shall receive democracy. In a 1970s way. Are you calling me a hag? That's a compliment these days. You got a numbers June recap. Nice. Chat seems to be a fan of suplexing the children. I'm sure that won't confuse any people on Twitter when I put it on the schedule. Totalitarian numbers. You will watch this stream a healthy amount and not die while doing so, or else. What are my thoughts on water? I drink it. Water is pretty good. I think if I didn't have water, I might die. I will have a nice day, thank you. Literally 1981. Nothing is wrong with hags. I am just not one yet. Calling yourself a hag when you rent one yet is lying. And lying is bad and wrong. Yet, indeed, I happen to age. A lot of people do that. Though I guess if we're going lore-wise, I'm not sure if I age or not. Okay, we're suplexing the child. Winner. I rotated on accident. And there is your quote. The moon saying this is kind of funny. The schedule is made. It is time for the story. Are you ready for the story? I'm normal again. You cannot age me. I'm getting into character. Welcome, club. We are just starting. You feel something calling to you from somewhere. You need to get out. You need to wake up. You want to sleep. You can't. You need to stop sleeping. You can't check if you have cat ears until you wake up. You ignore. You're ignoring the voice. You keep sleeping peacefully. One of the voices in your brain is panicking. You feel like you're going to be late. Despite your desire to be asleep, you are hit by a wave of anxiety and wake up. You wake up on an operating table. It's cold and very uncomfortable. You don't know where you are, and your memories are all jumbled up. You aren't really sure what's going on. You check your pockets. You have a singular coin, a quarter. You check your organs. You can't really see inside of your own body, so you can't tell. But you don't feel like you've been operated on. You feel pretty alright, maybe a little sore from sleeping on something hard. You check if you're still whole by patting your body. Legs, check. Arms, check. Head, check. You are there. You don't notice any suspicious surgery scars. You then flip a coin. You aren't very good at flipping the coin, and it falls on the floor. You get off the table, and strike a quick pose and do a little flex. You feel a little better. You put your hands on your ears, checking for any cat ears. There are none. You pick up the coin and put it back into your pocket. Your internal voices are so disappointed that you do not have cat ears, that you start to hallucinate that you do have cat ears. You are not denying reality and pretending that you are a cat person. You run up and kick the doors in front of you with full force. It hurts your leg a whole lot. And then you scream help. You crumple to the floor, clutching your leg. No help seems to be coming. Beyond the door there seems to be a hallway. You check around the area, giving it a good look. There seems to be a path to the left, and a path to the right. The place seems abandoned, and pretty old. The paint is peeling, and the floor tiles are all cracked and dirty. You look for something to pick a lock. You find a piece of metal on the floor. Just a little piece. You aren't really sure if it can be used to lockpick things. You eye the rusty bed, and you think you could probably collect some rust if you for some reason wanted rust. You look for more metal scraps, but find none. You look for metal pipes. There don't seem to be any in here. You consider going right, but you really seem to want to find some kind of loot and take it with you. Your mind is conflicted. You hear a strange noise down to the left. It sounds familiar somehow. You aren't really sure why. Sounded like awe. You check your pants to see if you have a belt. You do not have a belt. You are conflicted between excitedly running towards the noise and picking up the bed. You try to do both at once, and then just trip over the bed and land face first on the floor. You are worried about your pants having fallen down during this exchange. but it seems like they stayed on. Seems like your pants fit pretty well and you don't need a belt. While on the floor near the bed, you scrap some rust off of the bed, and put it in your pocket. You appear to have 4 pockets in your pants. You try to pick up the bed to use it as a shield, but it seems like it's kind of heavy, being made of mostly metal. You could carry it, but it would be hard to maneuver in a fight. Why would you fight something though? The thought occurs to you. You feel confused for a moment. Your memories don't seem to make sense. You feel like you've just woken up from a strange dream. You move forward, and peek around the corner. You fight a door with a window. You see something inside. It's weird looking, and appears to be doing something in the corner. Your head hurts while you look at it, like you're seeing something you weren't supposed to, something familiar. You consider the bed for the shield as you watch the thing in the corner. Is it eating something? You can't quite tell from here. You move to the side, and then scratch your name into the wall. However, you suddenly realize, you don't actually remember your own name. This realization makes your head hurt. You fog up the glass while thinking about it. You concoct a plan to confront the monster, one that ends with your probable death. You think, wow, what a plan. You think to yourself, Jeremy, and it doesn't quite seem to fit. You don't feel like that's your name. You have the urge to yell at the monster. You think. 7192. Immediately you feel sick to your stomach. Something is wrong. You clutch your body, and you fall forward. The door falls open. There's nothing in here. The monster you saw, it doesn't seem to be there. You check around for something. In the corner you find a banana peel. It smells bad, rotten, been here a while. You cheer to yourself, let's go. You consider how long until the voices in your very insane head tell you to eat it. You worry. You consider urinating on the peel, but the narrator won't allow any pissing. You think about using the banana as a self-defense item, and you add it to your inventory. In this room, you see an ominous hallway, and behind you is the way you came, but there seems to be another room you didn't notice behind you. You pretend to be frustrated about not being able to relieve yourself, but you don't even have to go. You consider working out. This is a nice flat area. You could probably do a push-up or something. One of the voices in your head excited exclaims cat, and thinks of bananas. You consider the implication that your bladder might be superhuman. You think it's probably normal and fine. You are conflicted between doing jumping jacks. One part of you is happy to do them, another part thinks it will lead to your untimely demise. Thus, you go to the room, and you half-heartedly do a single jumping jack. You feel silly. You then distract yourself from your embarrassment by looking at a radiator. It is a radiator. It radiates heat. Poorly. It's very old. You try to tug at parts of the radiator, hoping to pull off the pipe or something. It's actually quite hot, and it hurts to hold it for a long period of time. You scream. Ah! You call yourself stupid for not putting a shirt around your hand. You take off your shirt, increasing the maturity level of the stream and scaring away any children. Then you wrap the shirt around your hand, and try to crudely pull a pipe off of it. You strain and struggle for a minute or two, and rip an old metal pipe off of the radiator. The radiator sprays some heat in your face, and you're really tired, but you now have a pipe. You put your extra warm shirt back on. You check for your biological sex. You are undefined. You can't really tell for some reason. When you try to think about it, it hurts your head. You imagine a funny pipe SFX in your head, and then you drop the pipe on the floor to see if it sounds the same. It's very loud, echoes down the hallways. You pick the pipe back up and make more noise by bopping it against things. You feel like this is a bad idea, but nothing bad seems to be happening. Though, it is kind of startling to hear all this noise in this ordinarily very quiet place. You are suddenly concerned about demons hiding. You look all around you. You don't see any demons. All you see is the hallway in front of you, and the strange room behind you. And the hallway you came from. You try swinging the pipe at some imaginary demons. You get a good feel of it, and you think you could swing it at an actual monster, if one appeared. You're not really sure if monsters are real or not. You check how fit you are. You squeeze your arm. Weak. You squeeze your tummy. You seem to be skinny, and lacking muscle. You make a PS sound. Sadly, no cats arrive. You lament that there are no cats nearby. But then again, this place is kind of scary. Maybe you should be happy that the cats are not here. You realize that you have been standing in this room doing nonsensical things for 30 minutes. Yet none of the voices in your brain are suggesting any different. You just keep standing here, having a mental breakdown. Like it's your favorite thing to do. You go forward, into the hallway. You stumble a little bit while the narrator tries to find the image for that hallway. You find yourself at a crossroads of sorts. A path to the left, a path forward, and a path right. You think about dwarves and halflings, then you check for traps and hidden doors. You don't find any traps or hidden doors, just the unhidden doors. You check your surroundings. Hallway. This is a hallway. An area that serves to connect areas to other areas. There really isn't much here. You put the banana peel into the pipe, and blow it out of the pipe. It lands straight forward. You check what's in the hallway. Floor, walls, ceiling, lights. There's some dirt on the floor. You listen for noises. You feel like you hear something really far away, something calling to you. You can't make out what it's saying, but you feel a pull. You put your finger in the dirt and put it in your mouth. It tastes like dirt. The pill. You're not certain where it's coming from. The best you can figure is that it's from outside. You pick up your rotten banana, which indicated for you to go straight forward, and straight forward you go. You enter a room that has most of its lights off. This room feels creepy somehow. You feel like you're being watched. You scream at the shadow on the wall. Do you want a banana peel? The shadow moves slightly. It doesn't really seem to know how to respond to that. You put out your hand and say, "Magic missile." Nothing happens. The shadow on the wall is staring at you as you awkwardly stand there. You remark, "Powerful friend." You just stand there, and they also just stand there. You close the distance between yourself and this ominous shadow on the wall. You think about hugging it, but consider that it might be a bad idea to hug a stranger. You speak to the shadow, you ask it how's it going, and suggest turning on the lights. It surprisingly responds, "Please do not turn on the lights." You ask for its name. It says, "Lane." You want to introduce yourself, but you actually have no idea what your name is right now, or why you are here, or how you got here. So you just say, I am. You ask for its class and level, and the shadow seems confused. What are you talking about? You introduce yourself as the individual with the powerful bladder. The shadow just stares at you. It's awkward. You show the coin to the shadow. It says, keep that with you always. It's very important. You ask Lane where you are. She responds, hospital. You give the living shadow another look, suddenly very confused about what in God's name it is. It's a smoky figure made of darkness. You feel a primal fear just looking at it, but it hasn't harmed you in any way yet. You say, nice to meet you, Lane, and you invite her to find cats with you. When Lane speaks, you hear a voice coming from her. She seems to be speaking, but you aren't really sure how it works. Lane is confused. Cats. You then ask Lane how to escape. She says, the main entrance is down that way. I will come with you, if you agree to something. You interrupt Lane to ask if she had her cat ears harvested. She just ignores your comment and continues. If you find someone in need of help, you have to promise to help them. Lane waits for your response. You promise to try to help them, and Lane agrees to go with you. You say to yourself that we're heroes, we always help those in need, and you feel like Lane reacted somehow. Then you remark about the treasure, and she seems disappointed. You thank her for friendship, and tell her that you are glad she isn't an organ harvesting demon. She shrugs. You think about cats, cats of the future. You love cats. Lane looks at you like you are insane, because you probably are. She says, "Lead the way." You think about your options. There's the door that Lane pointed to, where she said the exit was in the direction of. You could also go backwards and check around there some more. There's a couple rooms around here too, but it's very dark in here, so it's hard to see what's in them. One of the voices in your head wasn't paying attention. It asks for a recap. You walked into a dark room, and met someone calling herself Lane. She appears to be some kind of living shadow. She has agreed to come with you, if you promise to always help those in need along the way. Her current opinion of you is that you are very unhinged. You are happy to have made a friend, even if she is scary looking, ominous, and thinks of you as insane. You explain to her that you have rampant schizophrenia, but not to worry because the loudest voices agree with her values. Oh, okay, she says. You can tell she is somewhat regretting this. You try to poke Lane. She steps back, avoiding your finger. She says, "Don't do that." You consider whether your relationship is becoming romantic or not. You look at her and you don't see any trace of love. You say sorry. You look around for supplies. It's incredibly dark though. Lane points to something in the darkness and says, "Grab that." You think about romancing the shadow creature, like a weirdo. You grab it cautiously. It appears to be a first aid kit. You thank her and ask if she needs any medical attention. She says, "No." You might need it in the future, so you should bring it with you. You check the manufacture date on the kit, and you don't find one. You ask her what year it is, and she says, "We don't do that here." You excitedly think about how this first aid kit will last forever. until you realize that it only lasts until it's used. You ask her to tell you about the hospital. She responds, I don't know its history. There are monsters in it. You should be careful. You ask her what dimension you're in. She says, dimension? I don't know what you're talking about. You ask her about monsters. You'll know them when you see them. You yell, Dimension Dzen, loudly. She is very confused and somewhat startled by your loudness. You then ask her if there's any cubes or undead. She says, we should really get going. She seems to be getting tired of answering questions. You gloat about how strong you are, and how no monsters can hurt you. Your shadow friend is very worried. You move towards the way that Lane pointed. You open a door, and find yourself faced with pure darkness. It's really dark in here, not like, in a supernatural sense, it's just that the lights are off, you think. You blight a couple of times, your eyes do not generate any light. You ask Lane if this is normal. She says, there's a light switch in there somewhere. You are mentally devastated that your eyes are not actually flashlights. You feel around the wall for a light switch, and eventually find it. Do you turn it on? You ask Lane if you should turn on the lights. She responds, "Do you need to ask me about everything? It's a light switch." You search your pockets for some dice to roll, to see if you can effectively turn on the lights. Sadly, no dice. You are puzzled by Lane's change in attitude regarding the lights. You turn on the lights. There's a thing here. You internally panic, seeing the mannequin in the room. Though part of you hopes it's a friend, and that it might be friend-shaped. You nervously ask it, "Why you got any dice?" You look around for Lane, standing behind you. You ask her about the mannequin, and she shrugs, "I don't know anything about it." You check if you can see her. It's dim in here, so it's hard to make her out among the darkness, but you think she's there. You walk up to the mannequin. You consider giving it a hug. Are you sure you want to do that? You ask if Lane would lead the way. She says, "I don't want to." "This is your story, not mine," you hear her mutter. You look to the mannequin. You check it for pulsating flesh. It has none. You then hug it. Its body crinkles and crumples as you compress it. You get some old plastic chips on your shirt. Nothing bad seems to happen to you, but you get a bad feeling. You consider bringing the mannequin with you. You think you could carry it pretty easily, but it would require both your hands as you moved around with it. You ask Lane about being part of the story. She just ignores you because you're hugging a mannequin. The mannequin does not respond to you. You carry the mannequin with you. You feel like Lane's opinion of you is decreasing. You make your way to the next room. The lighting is better in here. There seems to be a room with a window, and a vending machine on your right. You explain to Lane that the mannequin is an important strategic asset against monsters. She just says, "Yeah, sure." You put the mannequin on the floor, and see if it will follow you voluntarily. It has no legs, and it does not move. You check the vending machine. Strangely, it has a bunch of flavors you've never heard of before, like cactus soda, or potato juice. You tell her about using the mannequin as a decoy. She just says, "If you say so." It seems like the vending machine only takes coins. You check for basil chili flavored potato chips, but the only chips the machine has are liver flavored apparently. You consider taking a break to enjoy some potato juice. You punch the vending machine. Your hand hurts a little. You check for change in the change pocket. There is some kind of scrap coin in there. This one seems less significant than the one you have already. Then, you start beating the vending machine with the pipe. Glass shatters everywhere, echoing down the hallways and also getting all over you. You are luckily unharmed. You now have access to all of the goodies in the vending machine. You check for other snacks, cactus soda, potato juice, liver chips, and there's a candy bar labeled frog. You ask both of your friends if they want anything. The mannequin does not respond. Lane shakes her head. Frog. You hear something. You hear footsteps, slowly approaching you. Coming from the hallway ahead. You get around a corner, and hide in the darkness. You prepare your pocket rust in your hand. You look to Lane to tell her to hide, but she's not there. You have a pipe in one hand, and the rust in another. The mannequin is sitting near the vending machine. The footsteps are drawing closer. A figure approaches, clothed in rags. It's limping. It's walking towards the mannequin. You can hear a growl coming from it. You hold your breath. You get ready to ambush it. It slowly shambles over to the mannequin, and you jump out of the darkness. The creature is taken by surprise. As you clonk it over the head with the pipe, its skull dents in, and all too easily it crumples to a lifeless husk on the floor. The sickening feeling of its bones breaking reverberates through your arm. You feel a little disgusted. You check if it has eyes. You see some gross looking eyes on it. It's very dead now though. You compliment the mannequin on a job well done. You make sure it's dead. You poke it with the pipe a bit more. It doesn't move. You think it's dead. You look around to see where Lane is. Behind you. You brag about the mannequin. She looks like she's forcing herself when she says, "Good job." You ask her what that was. That was a monster. You give her a thumbs up. You start looting the monster. It's just covered in rags. Its flesh looks rotted and decayed. There doesn't seem to be much of value here. You notice its hands are clawed. You ask her if it really needed to die. She says, It would have killed and eaten you if given the opportunity. You tear a rag off of its body. It smells absolutely terrible. You consider making a sling with the rag, but you don't actually know how. You dive headfirst into the trash can excitedly. You make a variety of loot goblin noises as you do so. The trash can contains 3 empty soda cans, 1 empty chip bag, and 1 human rib. You ask Lane if you will know the people who need help when you see them. Your voice echoes through the trash can you are in. She says, "You should be able to tell, I think." She is internally questioning your sanity. You tip over the trash can, spilling the trash all over the floor. You make a real mess. Lane is seemingly becoming more concerned about your prospective justice and hero abilities the longer she listens to you. The trash can has 3 cans, 1 chip bag, and 1 human rib in it. Well, it's all over the floor now. You apologize for dumpster diving. Lane doesn't say anything. You grab the human rib. You can tell that Lane is getting annoyed. Sure, just grab your garbage. . You ask her, "Where to now?" She responds, "There's only one way forward." You consider grabbing snacks, and realize that you are carrying so much random stuff that it might be difficult to juggle more. You ask her where she will go after you get out of here. Focus on getting out of here first. And remember your promise. You consider forming a pocket out of the smelly rotten rag, but you don't have a good way to do it. You march forward. As you walk past the window, you see something on the other side. You check if the human rib has any human meat on it. It appears to have been picked clean. You can actually even see some tooth marks on it. On the other side of the window, you see what appears to be a plastic arm clutching a makeshift firearm. The window looks very reinforced. You look at how to get into the windowed room. There is a door that leads into it. But from this angle you can see there is a cabinet blocking the door. It is also locked. You also see some kind of air duct on the ceiling. You consider picking the lock on the door. You ask Lane if she has any ideas. She says, "I don't know." You look around for a vent outside the room, but you don't see it in anywhere you've been before. It might be somewhere ahead. You remember a vent in the room where you found the banana, but it was also like 20 feet onto the wall. You heroically creep carefully forward, while holding a mannequin and carrying a bunch of junk. You walk around a corner, when suddenly you hear something to your left. You only have a few moments to react. You grab the pocket rust, and throw it in the face of whatever is there. It's another one of those rag-covered individuals. He is seemingly blinded by the rust, and flails his arms at you blindly. You drop the mannequin, and pull out your pipe. Your arms get cut by its claws slightly. You are bleeding a bit. You try to circle around it, get behind it, and whack it in the back of the head. It can't see, so it just flails all around. You get clawed a bit more. You focus on the attack, and do two things at once. You whack it in the head with the pipe, while also tripping its leg. It falls to the floor, scrambling around. You hit it in the head repeatedly, until it stops moving. It seems to be dead now. You have a bunch of little cuts all over your arms from this encounter. They are quite painful and bleeding a little bit. You ask the mannequin if you're cool. It doesn't respond. You curb stomp its head, getting a bunch of monster stuff all over your shoe. You think about the possibility of this all being a drug-induced hallucination, and that these may actually be children you are murdering. This makes you feel a little bad. Maybe this is wrong. Somehow. You check the first aid kit. There's some gauze and bandages in there. You then think, nah, the children deserve to be killed like a psychopath. You wrap the bandages around your arms and stop the bleeding. You still have plenty of first aid kit remaining. With that settled, you look around. On your left there is a room that monster burst out of, and forward, the hallway continues. How much of the kit is left? You wonder as you look at it. It still has plenty of bandages, gauze, even stitches. It also has some sorts of chemicals in there, but you're not educated on these matters so you don't recognize them. You check the room that the monster came out of. It looks like some kind of storage closet, but there in the corner, you see a vent. There's also some bones scattered on the floor. You remark, that's a big vent. It seems like it could fit an entire person, an entire you, even. You check for supplies in the closest. All you find is a partially devoured skeleton, some bed frames, and a couple old wooden pallets. You check the vent. It's really old and rusted. You could probably just pry it off with your bare hands. You remember the Mythbusters vent episode, where they tested if vents really are full of demons? Wait, that's not it. They were testing if rats could live the walls. Wait, that's not it. You can't remember it clearly. You wrap your hands in the absolutely filthy rag, which makes your hands very dirty and smelly. Then you pry the vent off. It comes off surprisingly easily. It's now open. Smelly hands. You question why you did this. You didn't want smelly hands, but now you have them. You wipe your hands clean on the mannequin. It kind of works. They still smell a little badly though. You spit on them. Gross. You thank the mannequin. You throw the rag onto the floor, discarding it. You wipe your hands on the mannequin again. Your friend is now smelly. The vent is open now. It looks kind of dark in there though, but you can definitely fit. Your bonds of friendship seemingly endure even the smelliest of trials. You sit there in contemplation. You decide to climb in. You are now in the walls. It's very dark, claustrophobic, kind of scary. You see a light ahead. You are shocked by the darkness. This is what the lack of light looks like. You keep crawling, but stop suddenly when you feel your hand touch something sticky. You loudly scream. Your voice echoes through the vents, hurting your ears. Nothing seems to happen though. As you calm down and look at your hand, you realize there's a lot of blood in this vent. But you don't hear any threats or creatures nearby, but it's alarming nonetheless. You continue your way forward, doing your best to avoid smearing more blood on the rest of you. You find your way to the vent cover, and below you see the room with the gun. You think that was dramatic, and your hands and knees are now covered in blood. You slap that vent, and instantly it gives way and you fall straight into the room below. It appears that its structural weakness was all of it. You find yourself on the floor of the room, covered in dust and blood. You slowly bring yourself to your feet, and strike a pose, despite the pain your body is feeling. You try to do a backflip, and you fail. You fall onto the ground. You get back up, and see Elaine looking at you from the other side of the window, seeing you do several embarrassing things. You feel like she's judging you right now. You feel exceedingly judged. You give her a thumbs up. She thinks you might be a little stupid. You gaslight yourself into thinking that she thinks you are cool and that she thinks you're awesome. It works. You effectively convince yourself of this. You walk towards the desk. There is a dismembered plastic arm clutching a pistol. You talk to Lane through the glass, saying that you would be worried if she didn't think you were insane. She just waits outside. You grab the arm and look at the pistol. The pistol falls out of the arm as the hand crumbles to dust as you pick it up. You then grab the pistol, and examine it. It's made of scrap metal, crudely built, and has seen some extensive use. It appears to have 3 bullets in it. You think it works? You scoop up the plastic dust. You check the pistol for a safety. It doesn't have one. You remark, "That's not very safe." You have acquired a pistol. Somehow, knowledge surfaces in your mind. You somehow know this is ACP-1K, a type of common makeshift pistol often wielded by plastics. One of the voices in your head presents you with a questionably fun fact. You look at the gun. It does appear that if you pull the trigger, it will shoot, as long as it is loaded with bullets. You think about plastics. While you recognize the term, you aren't quite sure what it means. Your head is full of incomplete knowledge, it seems. You look at your own body. Looks pretty fleshy to you. Skin. You appear to have skin. You think about a drone. You vaguely remember one. It feels more like a dream than anything else. Your head hurts. The CP-1K is a magazine-fed pistol resembling a Colt 1911. You check the cabinets. Paper. It's full of paper. You say to yourself, "We can't keep our friends waiting." As you keep your friends waiting while searching through a filing cabinet. You check if the paper has ink. Surprisingly, no. It's all blank pieces of paper. You move on. There is a cabinet blocking the door from this side. It's full of rocks that make it very heavy. You use the power of physics to tip it over. That is, you push it really hard and make noises like erg, ugh, ouch, oof. Eventually, you get it tipped over, and it falls to the ground with a very loud crash. You can now open the door and get out of here. Unless you for some reason want to stay in this room, I guess. You consider taking a few hundred rocks, but you can only fit so many rocks in your remaining pocket space, like 4 or so. You think about how many rocks you can fit in your mouth. You think it probably depends on the size of the rocks. With these rocks from this cabinet, you think you could fit about 5 of them, maybe. You grab a rock and put it in your pocket. You walk out of the room, thinking about shoving rocks into your mouth. You reunite with your friend by the vent room. You inspect the rocks. You seem to be lacking the geological information to define what kind of rocks these are. They are very rocky, jagged, probably not very tasty. You ask your friend, the mannequin, how many rocks it could carry. It does not respond. Then you ask Lane, your weird shadow friend, how many rocks you could carry. She says, I am not going to carry any rocks. Then you ask your newly acquired rock friend, how many rocks it could carry. It doesn't respond, but you pick it up and throw your voice at it, and make it say, just myself, Bucko. You look at the mannequin, seeing if it could possibly use your newly acquired pistol. It doesn't appear to have hands. It's also to your knowledge, inanimate. So you think not. You try to convince Lane to carry rocks. She still doesn't want to. You put a bunch of plastic dust onto the mannequin. It doesn't get any better. It's still a mannequin that lacks arms. Lane looks like she regrets agreeing to follow you. You can distinctly tell that Lane thinks you lack intelligence. She couldn't be more obvious about it unless she told you directly. You tell her it's not the human meat shield that's going out in front. She says, okay. You try to talk literature with Lane. She says, Beowulf. She seems disappointed about your choice in literature. But she didn't really expect very much, so she gets over it quickly. You complain that Lane isn't very helpful in fights, and you say that you would appreciate more kindness. She says, unenthusiastically, you're doing a good job. Great. Amazing. Thank you for killing those guys. You're the best. Your mind is suddenly invaded by a foreign signal, a dreaded advertisement. You recall seeing it on the TV. It spoke to you about the best viewers, the greatest viewers money could buy. You always hated that ad. You tell her thanks for the appreciation, but to be more enthusiastic about it. She says flatly, no. You decide that you've spent enough time being strange in this particularly hallway, and move on to the next one. Ahead of you, you see something new. There appears to be a creature, kneeling down above something. This one looks different than the previous ones. You see an armless creature. It has a toothy maw for a chest. It's gurgling, growling, and seemingly consuming something off of the floor. You put the mannequin in front of yourself. The creature does not seem to have noticed you yet. It is engrossed in consuming the floor meat. You decide, this is definitely an enemy. You then speak to the creature, mocking it about its lack of arms. This causes it to notice you. It screeches at you, and starts shambling towards you. Yo 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 yo. It sounds like that, but it sounds scary actually. One of the voices in your head complains about democracy, but the insane voices in your head have not really established any sort of system. It is approaching both you and your friend, since you are standing in the same place basically. Luckily, it's quite slow, so you have a decent amount of time to react. You decide that now is the time to plan. You ask Lane if she will help you. She isn't there. She has seemingly disappeared again. You calculate the exact time until the monster reaches you. About 7 seconds. You pull the banana peel out of your pocket. It stinks. You throw the peel at its feet. It steps on the banana peel, and staggers slightly. It collides with the wall, and then falls over. This would be comical if it weren't trying to kill you. It is trying to stand back up now. You rush it with your pipe, and try to smash its skull. You smack it once, twice, 3 times with your pipe, and then it stops moving. Then you step on its back, keeping its corpse pinned to the floor. You make absolutely sure it's dead. You do this by hitting it with the pipe some more. It's not moving. You look to pick up the banana peel, but sadly it is completely ruined now. Your banana peel has been exhausted. You strike a pose, lamenting the loss of your banana. Through the tears in your eyes, you search the room. In the center is a pile of flesh that may once have been a living person. It's mangled beyond belief and partially consumed. Next to it, you see a flashlight. You scream banana-related puns to the ceiling. You hear your voice echo through the silent halls. You take the flashlight, and turn it on. You use it to inspect the corpse further. This was probably a person at some point. It's wearing clothes made of human flesh. You check if the corpse looks tasty. It looks like a dead person. You aren't sure if you think that tastes good or not. You would have to consult the rest of the voices in your head for that one. You consider stealing this human skin clothing. But it's ruined, torn to pieces, likely from the monster's attack. You take what you can from the corpse, and put the clothing on the mannequin. Your mannequin buddy now has human skin rags on. You think about skinning the monster, but you don't really have anything sharp enough to do that with. You check for Lane. There. Standing in the corner, waiting. You check the monster for teeth. It has a whole bunch of teeth. You ask Lane where she went while idly inspecting the dead monster's mouth. She says, "I don't fight." You then ask her how she thinks about the mannequin's outfit. It's something. You ask her what she does. She answers, "That's personal information." You ask if she watches you fight, and she says, "I do." You look at the teeth, seeing if they are large enough to make a weapon on their own. You don't think all on their own they could, but perhaps if you attached them to another object, they could work. Lane agrees with you, if only to stop you from talking to her about the mannequin with human flesh clothes on. You consider adding teeth to the mannequin. You think you could pretty easily. You consider adding teeth to your pipe, but you'd need some kind of adhesive to do so. Whereas with the mannequin, you could just directly embed the teeth into his face. You grab a couple monster teeth. You are conflicted between adding teeth to the mannequin or not. You check the first aid kit for glue. It doesn't seem like it has any. You embed some teeth into the mannequin. It now looks scarier. You ask the mannequin his name. He doesn't respond. You look over the mannequin, in an attempt to discern its gender. It has a masculine form, for the most part, so it seems easiest to refer to it as a he, and it doesn't seem like it's in a position to correct you, being inanimate and all. You ask Lane what she thinks the mannequin's name is. She responds, "I think his name was Granite when he was still alive." You are surprised to hear that the mannequin was once alive. She says, "He was a plastic, until he became like that." You make a couple puns based on the mannequin's name, causing Lane to regret telling you it. You ask her how you become like that. She just says, "Don't worry about it." You ask her about plastics. She says, "It's hard to explain. We'll find one eventually, I am sure." Despite Lane asking you kindly not to worry about it, you worry about it anyways. You are worried about Worm. You grab Granite and head onwards down the hall. You seem to only have one option: forward, at this time. You head down the hallway and arrive at a dark corner. Your head starts to hurt. You feel like something is near. You hide in the darkness and consider turning on your flashlight. You hear some kind of noise ahead. Sounds like TV static almost. You put out your hand and whisper, "Detect evil." You don't actually know magic, but you're getting a really bad vibe. It's probably evil. You consider taking Benadryl to hallucinate the Hat Man. You sadly do not have any Benadryl. Instead, you just hallucinate a helpful cat narrator in the corner of your vision. You turn around to ask Lane questions, but she's gone. You look visibly annoyed. The cat narrator narrates the narration of the cat narrator. Your head hurts. You feel sick. You peek around the corner, getting a look at what lies beyond. It's a strange creature made of an ever-shifting material. Its body seems to distort and change position at random. You hear muffled sounds coming from it. They seem far off. Looking at it makes your vision blurry. You ask your hallucination a question. It does not respond. The strange monster is lurking in the hallway. It's doing some weird things. It stares at the wall sometimes. Other times it scratches the floor. Other times, it stares off into space. At one point, you hear music coming out of it, at which point it holds completely still. You look at your metal scrap. It just seems to be a small piece of metal, not magnetic. You try to put your finger on the music, but you've never heard the song before. It sounds like something that was played outside, maybe a marching song played before a battle. It's difficult to determine what it might be weak to, considering it's made of something you've not seen before. You consider throwing your one and only rock. You have enough arm strength to throw it into any part of the hallway. You ask the rock if it's got this, The rock does not respond. However, you give the rock a voice and say, "I got this for sure. Solid deal." You take your flashlight and rest it on the mannequin's head, pointing it down the hallway. You then toss your rock into the room where the monster is, and climb underneath a nearby bench in the darkness. The creature is alerted by the rock. It first investigates the rock, and then investigates where it thinks the rock came from. It sees the flashlight's beam, and starts to approach the mannequin. You hear horrible noises coming out of this thing. Sounds of car crashes, far off screams, like listening to a horror movie. Nya. There is your Nya. The narrator is compelled to make a Japanese cat noise. All of you are motivated and happy about this. The thing approaches the mannequin, and you leap from your hiding spot just before it rears up and strikes your dummy friend. You smash it with your pipe, putting some sort of dent in its body. It stumbles backwards into the wall, echoing bell noises raining out of it. It reevaluates the situation, and starts swinging its clawed arms towards you. It is somewhat off balance at this time. You pull out your gun, and point blank shoot it with one bullet. It blows a hole through the creature's strange body, shattering crystalline pieces of itself all over the floor and wall. It stumbles towards you for a few moments before it shatters into pieces. The creature is dead. The voices in your head congratulate one of the other voices for being very important. In this fight you have used one of your 39x19 bullets, leaving you with 2. You then pose for some reason. You look over the shattered pieces of the monster on the ground. You try to pick one up, to see if it would make a good weapon. As you do, you are overcome with sadness, as if your emotional state were completely overridden. You cry a little. Sad. So sad. You turn to Lane and cry while asking her if you did a good job. She takes the memory out of your hand and you stop crying. You try to say the words 7192 and you choke on your own spit and start coughing. You whisper, "Alexa, play Despacito," as you cough and try to catch your breath. You pick up a different piece of the monster on the floor. This one makes you feel very happy. Very, very happy. Happy, 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 happy. You ask her what that monster was without saying anything. You shawled. Memory monster. I think they call that one haunt. You attach the happy memory to the mannequin as a nose. Though, you also kind of want to put it in your pocket, or eat it. You ask her what shadow monsters are. She responds, "You're rude." You look over the floor. There's a few chunks of stuff to look over. About 4 pieces total if you include the one you stuck to the mannequin. You ask her what memory monsters are, and apologize for misspeaking. She says, I am not a researcher or anything. They look like that they want to kill you. That's a memory monster. They're made of memories. That thing that made you cry disgustingly. If you give me the memories, I can use them to make you something. You pick up the rest of the memories, and you feel a bunch of emotions at once. One makes you sad, one makes you happy, one makes you angry, and another makes you lonely. You ask her if these are your memories, and Lane just says, no, they aren't yours. You get mad about one of the memories not being an actual emotion. Take it up with God, I suppose. You stare at granite longingly as you hold the shard that makes you lonely. Lane really wishes she weren't watching that. You hand over all the memories except the happy one to Lane. She asks, what would you like me to give you? You ask for friendship. She says, you have to earn that. You ask for a psychic weapon. She looks confused. What do you mean? You ask if she can make you bullets. I can give you one for this many. You ask if she can give you a Barrett 107 INT material rifle with 50 ammo. She says, no. You ask for a whole tank? She says, no. You ask for a militarized armored vehicle and she says, we are in a building. You ask her if she can make a weapon that can utilize the emotional effects of the memories. She says, I am not a scientist. And besides, most monsters can't even feel emotions like that. You make a pun on Lane's name, and she looks like she really wants to leave. You ask her if she can make a gentleman's outfit. I could give you a shirt, I guess. You ask if she can wake up Granite, and she says, I can't raise the dead. Not today anyways. You ask her if she can make a top hat. She sighs and says, yes, I can make a top hat. You ask for a billet and a top hat. She says, just one of those. Lane gives you a single billet for 3 memories, leaving you with 1 memory left. You decide to hand over Granite's nose. She then takes a very small top hat out of seemingly nowhere, and hands it to you. It's pitch black. You place the top hat on Granite's head while making a pun. You blush while looking at a mannequin outfitted with human skin rags, monster teeth, and now a top hat. You apologize to Lane for doubting her. She says, "Whatever." You collect your rock friend, and your mannequin friend. Seems like you've dealt with the monster. You exit the hallway, and find yourself in a new room. There are 2 operating rooms to your right, and another hallway straight ahead. One operating room has the lights on, and the other does. You are conflicted between going to the one with the lights off or the one with the lights on. You listen closely to the one with the lights off. You almost feel like you hear some kind of whispering coming from it. But it's so subtle that you can't tell if you're imagining it or not. Looking into the one with the lights on, you see something, or something, on the operating table. You don't hear any sound coming from it. One of the voices makes fun of the narrator's typos, a questionably decision. You take out your rock, and you gently toss it at the thing lying on the operating table. It stirs slightly, but doesn't seem like it can get off the table. It's strapped down, you think. You ask the rock if it's okay. Nothing has happened to the rock, it's just on the floor now. You ask if it needs help. It squirms around a bit under its restraints, but it doesn't speak. You approach closer and check up on it. You shed a single tear as you collect your rock, admiring its heroic actions. You inspect the figure lying on the table. It looks like a human, except it's entirely made out of plastic. It's wearing some scrappy clothing made out of patchwork. It seems to have a large gash in its chest, exposing some of its insides. The surface where the gash is very brittle. It reminds you of the texture of the mannequin you've been carrying around. You whisper, "You will never be a real boy," to the plastic on the table. You hallucinate a spinning cat in the corner of your vision. The figure on the table does not have a mouth, but it looks at you with concern and confusion. You can vaguely understand how it's feeling. That is, it's terrified at this moment. You knock on the plastic to see if it's hollow. It doesn't seem to be. It also reacts to you knocking on it slightly. You consider asking Lane about the plastic, but she's not here. She's gone. You look around the room for a possible weapon. You see a scalpel and a couple syringes lying around. Part of you wants to save it, to treat it, but you're not quite sure how. You pull over Granite to the plastic. Your human skin wearing, monster tooth having, top hat wearing mannequin. He struggles against the binds of the table, panicking and horrified. The wound in his chest seems to worsen due to his struggles, most of his body cracking. More of his body. He stops, seemingly in great pain. You can tell he is terrified though. You try to calm him down by TikTok dancing. This just confuses him. But he's less scared now, I guess. You look over your first aid kit, and you're not sure if anything here can help him or not. You've got bandages, gauze, and other various chemicals that you do not understand. You decide that he should be freed, so you take the scalpel and start cutting him free, all while explaining that the mannequin is a tool you've been using to fight monsters. This seems to calm him down somewhat. At least he isn't trying to scramble away from you at this time. You bring the bandages and gauze to him, and try to treat his injuries, but he pushes your hands away, and shakes his head. He points to the wall, to the left. He does some kind of signing with his hands, but you don't understand it. You say, well, he shakes his head. He points outside the room, and then to his left. If you recall the layout of the rooms, this operating room borders the one with the lights off. You kick the wall, nothing happens. You ask if he's talking about the room without lights on. He nods. You leave the creepy mannequin here to watch him, and you walk to the other room. The other room is a little ominous. The lights are naturally off in the room. The light of the hallway does not penetrate the darkness. You consider rushing in, or turning your flashlight, but you are conflicted within your own mind. You shout, "Prepare thyself," at the darkness while holding your scalpel. You feel a chill run down your spine. Nothing happens, but you feel like something is watching you, staring at you. You turn on your flashlight, and shout something about divine light. The flashlight flickers, and barely manages to illuminate far into the room. You scream loudly, attempting to intimidate whatever lies within the room. You flick the flashlight on and off. You throw a human rib onto the floor inside, and threaten the creature. "One moment," says the narrator. A strange figure approaches from the darkness. It walks slowly towards you, step by step. You ask it if it's a friend, and suddenly you feel a piercing pain in your skull. Your vision distorts. You can't tell up from down. You feel sick to your stomach. You feel like your mind is being invaded. You charge, while at the same time pulling out your gun. "You're dying of ligma. You're dying of ligma," one of the voices in your brain shouts. You can hardly hear yourself think. It's a good thing you have so many loud voices in your head, otherwise you would be crippled on the floor right now. One of the voices in your head asks what ligma is, but you're too busy fighting for your life to consider hitting him with the ligma balls. Meanwhile, you're flailing at the monster, hitting it with a scalpel and bashing it with your pistol like a madman. Your head feels like it's being crushed. You're cutting and tearing at him, and it's like he's made out of paper, but he's not going down. You don't think you can't keep this up for long. You're feeling so tired. You consider pissing, and the narrator refuses to allow you to do it. Your mind fills with panicked suggestions. You try to bite him, and you find he tastes kind of familiar somehow. Just like your favorite food actually. But soon after you realize that your entire mouth is now numb, and you feel even more tired than before. You continue to eat him. You just bite and consume his flesh, stab at his body, and bash him with your pistol. Eventually, miraculously, the creature crumples and turns to dust. You, however, are also left numb, crumpled on the floor, the worst headache you have ever had in your life. You feel so incredibly tired, so exhausted, you want to go to sleep and never wake up again. You force yourself to remain awake. You try to dog a squat, then you just fall over. You try to pose, but your arms are like wet noodles. You stumble over to the plastic on the table, and try to tell him of your victory, but your mouth is too numb, so you just say, "Why did it?" He is confused. You make your way back over to the dark room, and check inside. The darkness is much less oppressive now, with the monster gone. You can barely will your hand to hold your flashlight, but you scan through the room. You see some kind of object on the table. You so badly want to go to sleep right now. The lighting is just right for it here too. You are so conflicted between going to sleep or grabbing the object. Your head hurts so much. The floor is looking mighty comfortable right now. You don't care if it's dirty. That's how tired you are. Don't you deserve some sleep? Some rest? You fought so hard, you know. It would be so easy to sleep right now. You manage to pick up the object. It's like some kind of vial, filled with an orange liquid. You fall to the floor, holding it. The voices in your mind can't decide whether to sleep or keep moving. You lick the vial. You can't taste it because your tongue is numb. Most of the voices in your head find some sort of motivation, some still wishing to sleep, but most wanting to push onwards. You feel like you're running a marathon as you limp and struggle about 10 feet back to the other room. You consider drinking the vial. It does look pretty tasty. It would be so easy to uncap it and drink it right now, and then go to sleep. You really want to go to sleep. You keep moving forward, struggling as you do. You eventually make it to the room with the plastic again. You think about testing the liquid on the mannequin, but you're just so tired. You don't think you can do much more before you just collapse. You feel like you'll only really get to do one more thing. That's all the energy you have left in you. You consider tossing it at the plastic. That would be easier after all. But also, you feel like giving it to him. You're so tired. So tired. You want to toss it. You want to give it. So complicated. Why does everything have to be so complicated? So tiring. You push yourself one last time, and manage to just barely get the vial to the plastic on the table. He takes it in his hand, and that's the last thing you see before you collapse onto the floor. You are dreaming again. You see the moon, up there in the sky, watching over you. You hear a voice calling to you, urging you forward. There's somewhere you have to go, somewhere you need to go. The voice sounds so familiar, so nice. The moon looks lovely, you think to yourself. You think about the voice, it's probably not granites, since you've never heard it. You can't place the voice. One of the voices in your head loves the moon. It loves the moon so much. Isn't the moon nice? You should follow the voice of the moon. It's calling for you, calling you home. You wake up back. This time you are on the operating room table where the plastic was. You feel groggy. Your body is heavy. You consider the murderous implications of the moon. You consider sleeping for longer, but that voice, the one from your dream, you can hear it, calling you forward. Then, you hear Lane speak to you, next to you, sitting on a chair. You woke up. You look around the room. You see Lane, your mannequin friend, and an empty vial. However, you don't see the plastic anywhere. You tell Lane, I am still asleep. She says, shut up. You ask her what happened. You saved that plastic, fulfilling the promise you made to me. Which means I have something important to tell you. As you are patting yourself on the back repeatedly, Lane is ignoring that and trying to tell you some important information. Do not go outside, she says. The only way out is to go further in. This is your reward for keeping your promise. You are indeed very thirsty. You could really go for a glass of water right now. You think about that potato soda. You're so thirsty you would even drink one of those right now. You look around for water, and find yourself staring at a nearby sink. Lane notices this. She grabs a cup, and fills it up with some of the water. The water looks a little odd, not exactly clear, gray, if you had to describe it. She hands it to you. You can't decide whether you want this gray water or the potato soda. Lane says, "It won't kill you." Glug glug glug, you drink all the water, it tastes kind of good. You feel hydrated. Your tongue feels a little numb though. Not nearly as numb as when you ate that book thing, but just a little bit. You check for any bottles lying around. You see none. You feel better and hydrated now, at least. You look at the empty vial. It's a bit small, but you could fill it with water if you want. You could also put water in the syringes. Or, you could walk all the way back through this entire wing of the hospital to get some cactus soda. You get to your feet and start filling random containers with water. Lane watches you. She's used to you being insane, so she just waits for you to stop being insane. You ask her about the thing you ate. That was a shade. It's made of blight. Eating it is usually not a good idea. If you drank that vial, you would have failed, and not saved the plastic. You pocket 2 water syringes and 1 water vial. You ask Lane about what happened to the plastic, and she shrugs. He got better, but then he ran off. Seems like there was something he needed to do. You ask her about what the shade did to your mind. She replies, shades, especially ones like that one, can affect your mind, your perception, or other things like that. It was definitely trying to kill you. When you eat blight, the things shades are made out of, it makes your body numb, tired, among other things. For plastics, this is a lethal thing. It turns their bodies brittle, into dead tissue, like that mannequin of yours. You ask her if you did the right thing by rushing it. You didn't fire your gun for some reason. You just used it as a melee weapon. That was pretty stupid. You ask her where shades come from. She shrugs. You ask her where the plastic ran off to, and she just points down the hall. You hallucinate an object on top of the narrator. You think to yourself. Lane says, yes, yes, I am sure you were very strong and mighty. She is seemingly getting tired of listening to you boast about it. Heroes are supposed to be humble, you know. You ask her what strategies people use to fight those things, and she just says, shards. When you ask her about purifying blight, she also just says, shards. You suddenly feel compelled. You hear that voice calling to you again. You feel like you have somewhere to be, somewhere to go. You brag about your humbleness. Lane wants to die. You ask her how to get shards. Lane says, look. You feel like this always happens when you talk to cute girls. They want to die. Your self-esteem takes damage. You get off the table, feeling a willingness to leave this place, whether to help more people, listen to the voice, or just leave Lane behind. You ask her, if you die, can I have your stuff? She says, I don't have anything. You ask Lane if she'll follow you. She says, as long as you hold true to the promise. You ask if she wants a tooth, which she politely declines. You walk away from the operating room. Straight ahead is another hallway. Lane says, the lobby is just up ahead. You head down the hallway. As you do, the voice calling you seems to get louder. It almost sounds like it's singing. It's pleasant. It makes you feel happy, like you are going home after a very long trip. You start singing back. Lane looks at you like you are being very weird. Because you are indeed. be very weird. She can't seem to hear the voice. You sing louder, much to Lane's displeasure. She says, "Please stop that." Then, you ask her to sing with you, and she says, "No." You ask Lane why she's being judgmental. She tells you, "How have you survived to this day?" You continue forward until you reach the lobby. Within the lobby, you see a number of paths. Notably, there's the exit right there. To your left there's an elevator, and forward there's another wing of the hospital. Lane ignores your annoying responses that are very braggy. The sweet voice is calling to you. You can hear it just outside. Lane points to the elevator. Go down. I won't stop you from going out there, but I don't recommend it. You try to ask her about the moon, but you feel your voice catch in your throat, and you find yourself distracted by images of the moon flashing through your mind. The voice calls to you. You feel so lonely all of a sudden. Everyone is waiting for you, just outside that door. You could go home. You try to ask her about the giant white orb in the sky. She says, "What are you talking about?" She says, "I don't hear anything." You spell out moon. She says, "Why are you always so weird?" You consider going to the door and opening it to trick Lane. But you feel like if you get any closer to those doors it's going to be really hard to stop yourself from leaving. You tell her about the voice you're hearing. She tells you, "You've been constantly hallucinating all night. I think you've been hearing a dozen voices." You flip your coin, but you do it poorly and it lands on the floor. It landed on heads. However, you didn't decide which side was which. You drag yourself into the elevator. It makes you feel awful, like you're letting everyone down. You, of course, pick up your coin. You get in the elevator. You try to explain the voice to Lane, but she just thinks you're rambling about something nonsensical again. The narrator recaps: You fought off a shadow book monster, got knocked out, and saved a humanoid plastic from death. Now, you are tasked with deciding whether to go outside, or go deeper into the facility. Lane recommends going deeper, but there's a voice calling you from outside. You are now in the elevator. It's so difficult to resist running outside. It would be so fun, you know. You look at Lane. She looks like this. Like a moving, blurry shadow. You can't make out a lot of features. She feels vaguely feminine though. You look at the buttons on the elevator. There are 2 entire buttons. Two whole things to press. You should go down, says one of the voices in your head. But should you really? The exit is right there. You could go home. You could be free of this nightmarish place. It would be so easy. Are you sure? You look at your mannequin, wondering if he could eat the moon. Then you imagine the moon, so pretty, beautiful, hanging in the sky, watching over you. You wish you could see it in person. You could just go outside, just a little peek. Your mind is trying to convince you to go down the elevator. But are you sure? Really sure? Think of how nice it would be to leave this place. No more scary shadow people, monsters, injuries, pain. You'd never be lonely again. Peek and then go. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. A really good idea. What's the harm? Lane eventually gets tired of staring at you in conflict with yourself, and then just pressing the button. You feel like a part of you just died as the front doors get further away from you. The voice gets quieter and quieter, until you can no longer hear it. You thank Lane. Pushing a button isn't that hard. I don't know why you're like this. The elevator keeps going down. Deeper and deeper it goes. It makes you question how this place could be so large. You look at the buttons. There's just A1 and A2. You try to tell her about the moon, and you see it in your mind's eye again, up in the sky. You wish you were there. Lane pressed 2. The elevator, after taking seemingly forever, reaches the bottom. The elevator opens up, and you find yourself in a basement. It's deafeningly quiet down here, no voice to lead you forward. You strike a pose for some reason. Lane is used to it by not, so she just ignores it. You sing about the moon. Lane hates it. You ask Lane where to go now, and she says, "Just walk around, I am sure you'll find it." You swing your arms around and puff up your chest. There doesn't seem to be anything alive down here. Not that you can hear or see anyways. You walk down the hallway, and find a corridor to the edge. There's also a path further forward. The room itself has some broken tables and benches. You look to the right. There appear to be some rather secure looking rooms ahead. Lane points to your right. There's a hallway here too. You ask if there's any cuties around. You get no response. Guess no one is feeling cute today. You head forward to check the area. You find yourself in front of a very sturdy looking door. You feel like you can hear something on the inside of it. From inside the door, you hear the annoying ad again. Cheap viewers. Cheap viewers. You knock on the door. You hear someone crying within. A sobbing that never ceases. You consider kicking the door. You kick the door, but then realize it opens outwards. It makes a loud thunk, and then you start hearing something awful from inside. A screech, like someone stole a human's voice and mangled it into something else. Something rampages about the room. You hear a loud beating at the door. You even see little dents appear in it. You want to strobe it with the flashlight, but the door is closed, so all you do is strobe the door. You walk away from the door, not wanting anything to do with that. As you walk away, the horrible screeching eventually dies down. It doesn't seem like it's going to be able to come after you. The other rooms are similarly locked doors. You hear similar crying behind all of them actually. You really don't like that. You try to raise an eyebrow at Lane, but she's not here. So you just look like an idiot raising your eyebrow at the wall. You consider breaking the light on the ceiling, but that would leave you in total darkness. You could investigate the horror rooms more. Go to the hallway to the right, or go backwards and straight. Forward from here is the rooms with the horrible crying in it. What could you find in the horror rooms? Horror, hence the name. You turn to your right. It's quite dark in this hallway. You probably would never have noticed it if Lane hadn't pointed it out to you. Hold on, I lost the image for just somehow. You walk through the darkness for an extended period of time. I guess it's gone, just use your imagination. You eventually come around a corner and see a very long hallway. At the end of it, you see something resembling a door. You feel a breeze coming from the door. It must lead somewhere else. You throw a tooth down the hall. Nothing happens. You say the narrator's lines out loud. You want to die. You pick up the tooth and cautiously approach the door while scanning for traps. You draw closer to the door, seemingly finding no danger whatsoever. It's right in front of you now. The door is strange. It's right in the middle of the hallway, seemingly connected to nothing. Yet still, you feel a breeze coming from the other side. You want to open it. You got the tooth back. You put your head against the door, and then knock on it. You hear a hollow sound, like there's an open space on the other side. You open the door, and you get sucked right in. Everything goes dark. You lived. Congratulations. You did not die. Good job. That's the end for today. Thanks for the follow, Jerry 478. No, did you not want to survive? Did you want to die instead? You could have received the bad ending instead. Look. The bad ending. Stop looking at it now. Did Granite make it out? Yeah, you brought him with you. I'll put him in the inventory so I don't forget. What happened to Lane? You'll have to find out the next time I do one of these, I guess. Do we keep the inventory for the next one? Going forward from this one? Yes. I hope you guys enjoyed the story thing. How many points did you get? I give you 1 living point and 0 dead points. I am glad you enjoyed it. For some reason, a lot of the images I remembered making are just gone, so that added just a little bit of scuff. Do you level up? You got a mannequin friend. That's your level up. Thanks for gifting a sub to Hooligan Rock Blib. Do you run out of space? Yeah. The living point was a joke, it doesn't do anything. It was just me saying you didn't die. Respite does actually have levels, but we don't use stats for anything here. Don't take your point away. Don't die and you can keep it. Well, better make sure you don't default on that lone plove. Or they will take your life. You're so distrustful of the moon. Haven't you considered how the moon feels? The moon never lies to you. And murdering is probably not quite the correct word. Oh god, I'm so hungry all of a sudden. Hold on, I need food. My body remembered that it needs to eat to function. Sorry, I am back. I guess being a narrator made my body forget to eat. I have some food now. I will survive. Anyways, I'm glad you guys like these storytelling things, because I also really like them. I enjoy writing these things, it's pretty fun. It's a nice way to incorporate writing into streaming. So thank you for liking them. I guess that's a weird thing to say. I am sure I am not the greatest writer, but I do my best to make sure it's fun. I do like the scenario that we've created where you are all voices in one per individual's head. It's actually not that stressful to run them while I do it, though I did get a little anxious before running it. I worked really hard on stuff this week, so I ended up feeling a little tired. And I was worried that I wouldn't be able to create a nice little experience here. But it turned out okay and everyone had a good time, so I am happy. What are high numbers? Hi is a greeting. Hello, hi, howdy. Do you have a small pouch where you keep these things? As a character, you just have your pockets, sorta. Milkster, what? Please do not quit your job and live in my bedroom. It only has room for one cat in it. Oh, numbers. That's my nickname. Since my name is 7192, people find it easier to call me numbers instead. The fans don't actually have a name at this time, though they desperately want to be called Discord kittens, which I tell them they can't do that. I am sorry, dogs, but you can't live here. I hope your work tomorrow isn't too bad though. Indeed, another nickname is Nanashi, which means nameless, I believe. digits has been a suggested name before. I am just really bad at deciding. You can call yourselves what you like, as long as it isn't Discord kittens. I do not want Discord kittens. Welcome Lady J, 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 welcome Lady J. Are you happy now? I am not nodding, I am eating chips. Which happens to move my entire head. Moonlets is so close to being manlets, and that makes me laugh. It would be pretty easy to think of a fan name for each numbers variant, I guess, but that would get confusing really fast. Since we'd have like 6 fan names. You better hope you don't see tail. I have finished the chips. I am still hungry. Why am I so hungry? Apparently writing makes me hungry. Having exponentially complex in jokes is fun, but I don't want to people outside to be impossibly confused. Welcome Hickory, Banana. You can see tail someday, I suppose. Maybe when I make the 3D animations that I want to make. But yeah, fun times. I've been considering doing one of these things like once a month. Since you guys seem to really enjoy them. I won't promise that, but it might be something I try in the future. Did I get a tail version of my 3D model? Nope, it's just standard numbers. I could probably just edit the texture if I needed to thaw. I'll see if I can do it, but I won't promise it in case I get really tired and sleepy. I'll try though. Baconator. Contacts normally don't just like fall off. They're like in your eyes, you know. I guess they can, but it's not that easy. You're a god tier writer. I make up like 70% of this as I go, so I don't think having help would do me much good. I mean, we didn't even use half of the locational images I made for this one. There was an entire wing of the hospital you did not visit. Blood or Crips? I have no opinion on the gangs. Downloaded by at least one person. Well, I wrote a thing once, and someone read it on stream once. Smug, 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 smug. Were there any fights you missed? I didn't plan like most of the fights, I was just like, yeah, there should be a monster here now. Except for a couple key areas. The one where you got jumped from the side, that one was planned ahead of time. The really dark operating room, planned to have a creature in there, didn't decide which one until you went in there. There was like one more on the other side of the building that was planned. There's no music. Oh, we're on the wrong scene, hold on. There you go. The shade was a strong shade. It basically served as a boss battle. I didn't really expect you to eat it though. There should be music. Are you sure there is? I guess it just doesn't feel like working fine, I'll do this. We can have a little war ambience as a treat. There you go. Your survival instinct is to eat paper. I'm sorry dogs, thank you for notifying me. And thank you for the Baconator. I've never actually eaten one of these. Pyramid. Shame. They do have a nice name though. I've been to a Wendy's a single time in my life. I was hanging out with some people on a school trip and it was nice. Not the Wendy's, but hanging out with the people was nice. It was really weird though. So I was hanging out with like 3 people. Two of them were in a relationship and for some reason they were just like moody and sad. But me and the other girl were like, just having a good time at the Wendy's. It was kind of funny. That's my only Wendy's experience. They lit the dumpster on the fire, what the hell? Was it already written that eating blight makes you sleepy? Yeah, that's been written for years. I improv a lot of stuff, but generally a lot of those things are consistent. Milkster, please don't commit arson. You can't see the moon in prison. Well, blight is edible in the sense that you can eat it. But you're also like poisoning yourself. It's why you lost consciousness. Basically, you can think of the stranger, that guy that was killing you, as dealing like health damage to you. But you started eating him. which did like mind damage to you. You basically split the damage two ways, so you nearly died physically and also mentally, but just barely did. That doesn't make any sense. I don't know how to explain it, I'm too tired. And that's okay, Milkster. How did I normally expect you to kill it? Shooting it with your gun. Fire. Running away from it. If you break line of sight, it stops breaking your mind. Thanks for gifting a sub to Tomo Lady J. And congratulations on becoming a VIP as well. That's the presidential horse, I believe. Yeah, running away is difficult to achieve if you're arguing with yourself. I mean, beating the monster to death wasn't necessarily the wrong play, but you didn't have the best weapons for it. Milkster, why? You want me to give your VIP to Purity? Yeah, okay. She has VIP now, are you satisfied? She will show up the next stream and be like VIP why. As she does. Very important, Purity. Now what? We chat. What would you like to chat about? I used all of my chatting power to improv. Did I ever stare at the chat box in pain as you refused to progress through a simple situation? Sometimes. Though usually if that happens I just have Lane be like, you are being stupid. You want to tell me about your Dota game? I guess you can. You want to chat about numbers? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No lane wasn't the number self-inserts a different character. Why did you FNAF at that man? Ha, ha, ha. Oh good, a straight jacket. Just what I needed. You can't really tell I'm wearing it with my skin looking like this though. I just look like a blob. Yeah, Dota players have slowly lost the ability to have fun. It's annoying. You can't turn off this numbers variant. This one is special. Yeah, sometimes it's a bit dark. These images that are on me are actually placeholders. So in the future it might look a little better. What emotion will you feel if you touch memory numbers? War. And you will also die. E. I don't need a dictionary. I'm a cat. I don't remember why he became a meme. I mean, canonically these sorts of sounds probably just come out of me. Not them, Preg. Several. Never mind, I don't need to know. Who is that milkster? I'm sure there's plenty of streamers who would love to talk about Preg still. I do not like Preg. Grimmy read the Preg FNAF book on stream once. Actually twice, wasn't it? Sorry, Grimmy. I have no idea what that is, Pidots. I don't know how to read. I'm a cat. I haven't really been able to get into any manhwas. I've tried several times, but all the ones I've been recommended, like, they honestly kind of suck. Like, solo leveling sort of just got boring to me. Tower of God was like, pretty bad looking. I can't remember the others. I hate to use this word, but they've always seemed to be a little mid. I haven't heard of Fight Class. Wime Preg. Are you rubbing off on me? I hope not. Preg phobia. I don't think you need an Preg phobia to not want to get pregged. That seems like a natural response. Did Tower of God look bad? As for its art style, basically it's really bad at first but supposed to improve as time goes in. However, the story just wasn't good enough for me to really care for that long. Basically, the cool thing about is it that the artist kind of like gets better at drawing as the series goes. But having watched the anime, the story was just kind of not interesting until the very last episode. I watched the anime and then tried to read the manhwa to continue it after, but gave up. I am becoming very tired. Anime. Anime. Well, I don't need manga to be that well written, I just need it to be interesting enough for me to keep reading it. Milkster. Why? I'm not really a little sister kind of character, am I? Oni-chan. I shouldn't have done that. I didn't look at the robot video I was making the thing and forgot how to be human. Well, I guess I'm a cat, so I didn't know it in first place. Afraid of summoning who? I am a little sister character. But I have a younger sibling in real life, this isn't fair. I'm supposed to be the older sibling. You're calling me a chani again. How did this happen? You want me to tell Leon to come back? Leon help. Sorry, every time I hear Leon now I think about Resident Evil 4 because I played it this week. I am not that close to Leon that I could tell him to come back, sorry. I do really like his streams though. I don't want to be punished though, I don't like that. That's coward talk, Plov, believe in yourself. Where's the Plov that was going to wear the maid outfit to marry me? Huh, coward. Won't even become a little sister to bring your streamer back. Is it that easy? Little sisters don't do it because it's easy. I have no idea what I'm talking about. I was trying to do that one presidential speech where you go to the moon. But instead of the moon, little sisters, I guess. Have a nice sleep, Temple. Thanks for watching. You don't have enough Chinese streamers. A lot of tubers are Chinese, aren't they? Fear always like I am God. I am literally God. I could kill you. I don't want to be president. Love, why did you have to say that version of it? What's going on with the I'm auto? It's hard to explain. Love has cooked up a scheme of having someone act as a bratty I'm auto to convince another streamer to come out of retirement. But I told Plov to do it himself, but he's being a coward, and not becoming a little sister. I'm not a little sister character. Which voice thing? Oh, I'm auto. MO2. MO2. I can't say. MO2. It's over. Then ask Grimmy to fix him, not me. Really, it's none of my business what these people do, as I barely know him. If he's on hiatus, I am sure he has his reasons, and I will respect that. I do not know where to at this creature. I am becoming more nightmarish by the moment. He hates you personally. Be less hittable then. Why did I put her on my lap? Where should I put her then? You cannot fix Harley Quinn. If I got a GF, would you all leave me? I don't know. Why would you? You stay away from my purely hypothetical GF. You're not my GF, you're not even a girl. They are spinning me now. The joke is that a lot of people as children claim that they have a GF. But they'll also be like, you wouldn't know her. She's from Canada. Or like, she goes to another school. It's common enough that I've heard it. Help, he is putting people on me again. I don't know who that is. Either way, I wish Leon well and I hope he's doing okay. I certainly enjoyed his streams, so I would be happy to see him return. But that's his decision and I am sure he can figure out what's best for himself. There you go. Burger on head. It's because of the colors, really. Basically the stuff behind me is like a multiply layer, I think. I am not going to do that, love. Help me. They really like me. One of them has a machete or something. Usually if you like someone they don't hold a machete to your neck. Unless they like you a little too much. This is not a sleeping stream, I'll end before I fall asleep surely. Your wife threatens me every day because she is unhinged. These random anime characters, they love the numbers. Where can you get some of this? I don't know, meet someone who gets married to a threatening woman, I guess. Have a nice sleep, pilots. Was your sleep a worthy sacrifice? I am glad you enjoyed the stream and had a good time. Make sure you get some rest. I hope your day is not inconvenienced by your lack of sleep. I have become an amalgamation of heads. Let's raid somebody, it's about time to go now. It's been 6 hours. Who should we raid this time? Failed marriage funger numbers. What the hell is that? Decisions. Impossible to make. We could raid Ren. He's playing Omori. I also haven't raided Hanamimi in a while and playing Signalis. Help me think of a raid message. I wish I could raid 2 people. Can you be a Hanamimi hater? She seems very nice, so I don't know what's so hateable about her. I guess you can speak your mind, but I might call you stupid. They love the numbers raid. Yeah, I could go with that. She was nice to you once, so you hate her? I don't understand. Let's see. I'm not using that as a raid message. The plug one. Let's go with that. I am cooking over here, hold on. Twitch chat in your brain raid. X719 to skpin. I think that's a good one, right? We'll raid Ren. He's usually not live at this time. He's the one that made that VTuber Summit game. You actually like Hanamimi? Don't tell anyone. Dear Hanamimi, I write to you to inform you that the individual chatter, Plug81, actually does not hate you. In fact, he likes you. That is all. Thank you for your time, and have a nice day. Thanks for the gift sub, Lady J. I will not send her that message, but if I was the devil, I would. I will hit buttons. Thank you all for watching, whether it was live or the VOD. I hope you all have a nice day and or night, and I will see you next time. See you next week. Bacon.